The order of the Board of County Commissioners meeting for Douglas County, Nebraska for Tuesday, January 28th, 2025. Please note that a copy of the Open Meetings Act is located on the north wall of the Legislative Chamber alongside an automatic external defibrillator. Please stand for the pledge. Okay, today, instead of starting with equalization, Board of Equalization, we're going to go ahead and jump into Board of Commissioners so we can go to the recognitions and proclamations section, as we have multiple guests here today for all three of the resolutions and recognitions today. So we'll take roll call for Board of Commissioners.
Commissioner Borgeson. Commissioner Kavanaugh is absent. Commissioner Fahey. Commissioner Friend. Here. Commissioner Morgan. Here. Commissioner Rogers. Mr. Chair.
Here. All right, and we'll go ahead and take these in reverse order. And there's Section 3, Recognitions, Proclamations. We have item C is a resolution honoring the life of Douglas County Assessor, Register of Deeds, Walt Peffer. We know we have family in the audience, we have staff and friends in the audience, and also a resolution by the board to honor the life in dedication to the public by Mr. Peffer. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it to Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Much appreciate that. I'll read the proclamation. Whereas Walter Edward Peffer, Jr. was born October 21st, 1946 in Chicago, Illinois, and led a life by devotion to his family, professional excellence, unwavering community service, and whereas Walt honorably served his country as a proud veteran of the United States Army during the Vietnam War and demonstrated his commitment to public service, national duty, and whereas Walt Peffer professional career spanned over 5 decades, during which he was elected Douglas County Commissioner of Deeds in 2022 and held the position of Chief of Staff for 4 Omaha mayors, Eugene Leahy, Mayor Edward Zorinsky, Walt Kellinger, and myself. His tenure was marked by significant achievements in municipal budget developments, legislative advocacy, and complex real estate transactions. And whereas Walt Peffer was also a successful entrepreneur, co-founding Pepperoni's Pizza in North Omaha and also on 50th and Dodge and 18 other locations alongside his brother Tim and other family members. His dedication led to the expansion of that in multiple states. And whereas Walt's legacy of service extended to numerous community organizations, including the United Way, the Omaha Area Board of Realtors, Government Affairs Committee, and the Nebraska National League of Cities. And whereas Walt was known affectionately as Coach Peffer, Walt dedicated countless hours to mentoring and coaching young athletes across various sports and levels in Nebraska. And whereas Walt served his community through his active involvement in civic organizations, including the College World Series Executive Board, the City of Omaha Charter Review Commission, and the Omaha Efficiency Commission, and whereas Walt Peffer, who passed away peacefully on January 20th, 2025, will be remembered as a loving husband to his wife Susan, a devoted father, grandfather, and respected leader whose contributions have left an indelible mark on Douglas County and beyond. Now therefore be it resolved by this Board of County Commissioners, Douglas County, Nebraska, that this board hereby honors the life of Walt Peffer, expressing appreciation for his dedication and service to the Douglas County community. And he for sure loved that job. Dated this the 28th of January, 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Morgan. Motion by Borgeson, second by Friend, and Morgan as well. I'll pass it to Commissioner Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I obviously, thanks for reading that, PJ, and I know those type of readings and those type of things become difficult, but well done. And I didn't know Walt as well as PJ did, and as well as many of you did. But I can tell you a quick story. So we were at breakfast, and Walt. I had known Walt well enough, so he could say this. I ordered. I think this was typical Walt. So I ordered some fruit, and he goes, "We're having breakfast," and I said, "Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have some fruit." And he goes, "No," he goes, "This is breakfast. We're having breakfast." So I go, "Okay, can I have an egg too?" And then Walt just kind of smiled, and I think he was kidding, but I did it, and then we were laughing about it later, and he said, "Yeah, you would have been a great employee of mine." And I said, "Oh yeah, thanks, Walt." I'm thinking he was thinking back to Army days. So anyway, I miss him already. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Commissioner Friend. And as I mentioned to the family earlier, it was just really beautiful attending the services a few days ago and hearing more about not only his life of service, but also just that intimate and deep love between his wife, Susan, and Walt, and just the stories of how passionately you loved each other, is only something that us younger couples can strive towards. So thank you for sharing that story with us and the overall family dynamic and how he brought his faith and his values to work as well to bring everyone together and promote a positive work environment in the assessor's office, as we saw this morning when we had a ribbon cutting on the 4th floor that brought the whole department together on the same floor with some amazing lighting and office space. And so it's a testament to all that he tried to do to bring people together and provide for a positive environment. So we're going to continue honoring his legacy in different ways. So thank you all for being here to acknowledge him. We do want to welcome, I don't know if any family wanted to speak briefly or anybody else before we get to the vote. No pressure, because I know many of you spoke at the services. So we can go ahead and give our resounding votes to the resolution here.
I have my light on,
Oh.
Mr. Chair.
It's my, okay, go ahead, sorry.
That's okay. Susan and family and all of the staff here, very sorry for your loss. I've known Walt for well over 30 years. And I remember when I first got elected, and we met numerous times about various county issues that he helped me to understand, actually. And through the years, I knew that he wanted the assessor's job really, really bad. And while he wasn't able to fulfill it very long, I think what he did while he was there was show the citizens that it's an open process. His door was always open, that they could come in and talk, and even though there was maybe some disagreement with it, he worked with them to make sure that they felt like they were heard, held numerous community gatherings, some per the commissioner's request to educate people on the process. So he will be missed, but he won't be forgotten. And again, just know we're with you with loves and hugs.
Thank you. Commissioner Morgan?
I just want to say Walt was somebody I truly loved. He was special.
Thank you. We'll go to that vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And family, if wouldn't mind coming to maybe take a picture with us, and then we'll give you the resolution, which is signed by all 7 of us to honor his legacy. All right, with that, we do have 2 more recognitions and proclamations today. We'll go to recognition B under section 3, which is the recognition of the following county employee who is set for retirement. That is Georgette Gates Colbert, sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly, who has worked for the Douglas County Clerk of the District Court for 28 years. So we want to honor her time serving the public. And was there somebody who was going to mention some words on that one today?
Good morning. My name is Patty Steffen. I am an Assistant Chief Deputy of the Clerk of the District Court. I am honored to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and friends, today we gather to celebrate a remarkable milestone in the life and career of someone who has shown unwavering dedication, incredible work ethic, and admirable commitment to public service. Georgette, for 28 and a half years, you have served with distinction as part of the Douglas County Jury Commission. This is not a job, it's a calling, and you have answered that call with grace, professionalism, and an unyielding dedication to your community. Throughout these 28 and a half years, your tireless efforts have shaped the jury process, ensuring fairness, transparency, and integrity. Your role has been pivotal in making sure that justice is served, that citizens' rights are upheld, and that the judicial process operates smoothly. Your attention to detail, your commitment to excellence, and your compassion for others have made a lasting impact on so many lives. But beyond your work on the Jury Commission, you have been a true example of what it means to serve with heart. You've touched the lives of your colleagues, the community, and many individuals who have benefited from your hard work and dedication. Your contributions extend far beyond what you can be measured by, the tasks that you've completed, but rather in the positive influence you have had on those around. As you look back on nearly 3 decades of service, I hope you take pride in all that you have accomplished. You have helped ensure the integrity of the judicial system. You've made a real difference in people's lives, and you've shown all of us the true meaning of commitment. Georgette, on behalf of everyone here today and the many lives you've touched over the years, we extend our deepest congratulations. Thank you for your 28 and a half years of service and your continued commitment to excellence. We are better for having had you in our community. Here to many years of health, happiness, and fulfillment. Congratulations.
All right. I'll take a motion in a second for the resolution. Moved by Borgeson, second by Rogers. And Georgette, did you want to say a few words by chance?
After that, I don't know what I could say. It's truly been an honor to serve, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Commissioner Borgeson.
I just want, that resolution said it all, or that letter said it all about your service, but really as a board, we just appreciate the dedication. 28 years is a long time, but you did it with grace all those years, as well as a smile. And so we appreciate you. Go and enjoy your retirement.
Thank you, I will.
And don't go too far yet, though, Georgette, because after we approve this resolution, we'll take a quick picture if that's okay.
Okay.
All right. We'll go ahead and take the vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right.
Do I want to get in? Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Cheese, 1, 2, 3. Yes, yes. Work, work. All right. Okay, thank you.
These are my children. I'm leaving them here at the county. They're both accountants. First one is Seminole Carrickay, which is the accountant for the comptroller, and then Fantasia Gates Covert, which is in the public. What is it? Public, what is it? Building Commission.
All right, and we will jump to our last recognition proclamation today, item A, which is recognition of the Omaha Camera Club on the celebration of its 100th year anniversary on September 12th, 2025. They reached out to us to see if we could do a resolution on this anniversary, and so I'll go ahead and read it out loud here. It says, whereas the Omaha Camera Club is a nonprofit organization that was founded on February 2nd, 1925, with 4 members. And whereas the Camera Club currently has 70 members and meets twice a month at the Nebraska Methodist College of Nursing. And meetings consist of educational speakers and monthly club photo contests and regional photo contests with 37 clubs in 6 states. And whereas the Camera Club has been invited to photograph various Omaha events and has displayed prints at several venues. And whereas the Camera Club will proudly celebrate 100 years of existence on September 12, 2025, with an open house at Hot Shops Art Center in downtown Omaha. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the County Board of Commissioners of Douglas County, Nebraska, that this board hereby recognizes and congratulates the Omaha Camera Club upon the celebration of its 100-year anniversary on September 12, 2025, dated this day, the 28th of January, 2025. So, do I have a motion and a second? Motion by Borgeson, second by Rogers. And if there's anybody from the club that wants to say a few words, we'll have you walk up while we take the vote here.
Hi, my name is Linda Davis, and I am the chairperson of the Centennial Celebration in September. As he said, February 2nd, which is Sunday, marks 100 years that the club has been in existence, which is really amazing for any club nowadays. We have in our library memorabilia dating back to 2025, all the minute meetings, some photos. And when they first started, they were just doing slide competitions, and then they did some prints, and they displayed at Jocelyn and the Center Mall. Going forward, we now do digital competition and some prints still once a month or once a year, and we display at different locations also. As he said, they are a member of a couple different other clubs, regional, and actually another club, PSA, which is professional photographers, that is in members from 60 countries. So we would invite anybody to take we have some business cards to take look at the website, and we'd love to have members, anybody who's interested in photographer positions, we'd love to have you join. And we look forward to seeing all of you at our celebration in September. You will get an invite. And then I wanted to introduce, this is Steve Walling, the club president.
Good morning. I've started with the Omaha Camera Club in 1922, became the president in 1923. We are just a group of photographers of all different skill levels, and that's what makes us so unique in being able to help our fellow photographers with their passion for photography. There's so many genres of photography available that it creates an expanding area for where we can increase our knowledge from each other by contests, by different contests, by showing our photos and having member critiques, all in a very friendly atmosphere, so there's no worry about being embarrassed about anything. And that's what brought me to the club and has helped me progress in my photography. And I think that's one thing that most of our members would say, is that just to be in a group of like-minded people, being able to increase their knowledge and their passion for what they really love, it really makes a difference in this club. Like Linda says, we meet twice a month. The first meeting is usually we call it show and tell, where anybody can show any photographs that they've taken and get critiques from other members to how they can make it better, or maybe it's just absolutely perfect, and that gives them the impetus to continue shooting and gives them the motivation to do so. We also have during that meeting almost always some program. We bring an outside speaker to the room and of a different genre, macro, portrait photographer, light painting, just astrophotography, all different speakers for the different genres to really show what is available to our members. And then we will do outings also, like we did an astrophotography outing last year, very late at night, but that type of thing where you actually go out in the field and get some real firsthand experience, especially if you've never done it before. The second meeting is we have digital competitions between all our members. Again, very, very friendly. We have different categories of photographs that we take, and then our own members will judge them and give them an accounting of how well their photos did, or again, critique them on how they can do better. And that has greatly improved my photography, and I know it has helped the others in the club. So that's basically what we're about.
I wanted to mention also, like I said, our open house is September 12th, 5 to 9 at Hot Shops. But there will also be, the whole month of September, several members displaying their photography in that, if you've ever been to Hot Shops, that one main room. Their prints will be up all month in case you can't make it to the open house.
All right, thank you so much. We're gonna, Commissioner Borgeson?
Thank you and congratulations.
We could just
Thank you.
finish. Well, I'm assuming Commissioner Morgan meant to vote yes, so motion passes 7-0.
Okay, there we go. Well, congratulations. Like you
Thank
say,
you.
100
Thank you.
years is unheard of for a club, so
Mhm.
congratulations on that. But the location, is that your ongoing location for meeting, or is
At the
that just
nursing college.
Yes.
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
And
We
then
ha-
where do you store your, like, to see things on an ongoing basis? Just your internet website?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna give you all a business card. You can, that's where it is
Okay.
on the internet,
All
on
right.
our website.
Thank you
Thanks.
and congratulations.
Thanks for the
Thank you.
opportunity to come today.
Yes, we really appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much. And we do have a resolution that I want to give you here. Yep. And since you're all about cameras, did you want our camera to capture a quick picture? Yeah, okay. I know, right? Don't critique mine. Oh, really?
Yeah, that is so neat. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. All right, at this point, we can recess out of commissioners and go into equalization. If somebody would like the motion. Motion to recess commissioners by Borgeson, second by Friend. Let's vote on that.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. We'll do roll call for Board of Equalization.
Commissioner Borgeson. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Fahey. Commissioner Friend. Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Rogers. Mr. Chair.
Here. First item of business are items A and B. A being the approval of the minutes of the Board of Equalization meeting held Tuesday, January 14th, 2025. And B, a call for a meeting is set Tuesday, February 4th, 2025 as date for a hearing on certified assessment corrections reflecting the addition of omitted property to the tax rolls or increased value on property. Do I have a motion and a second? Move for approval. Motion to approve by Morgan, second by Rogers. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next, we'll go into our resolutions. We have resolution C through H today, which the board can vote in block if they desire. Motion to approve C through H by Rogers, second by Morgan. Was there anybody here that wanted to speak on the resolutions under equalization? If not, we'll vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. We do have also one appeal item, item I, which is the appeal or rejection of a homestead exemption for Lucille T. Moore at 3024 North 48th Street, Omaha, Nebraska 68104. We do have Mr. Goodwillie here, but I think we also have somebody on Zoom that will speak as well. Mr. Goodwillie?
Good morning, Commissioners. Mike Goodwillie, Douglas County Assessor, Register of Deeds Office. This is pretty straightforward. Ms. Moore had been in Homestead for a number of years, qualified based on income and the value of her home. But in 23, we did not receive an application for her, tax year 23. We later got one for 2024, but I think what happened was she got a tax statement and then a delinquency notice from the treasurer's office. I think her daughter reached out to our office and we said, no, we hadn't gotten the application. She went ahead and filed for 23, but it was out of time. Statutorily, the applications have to be in by a certain window, and this was past it, and so we sent out the denial. And she has, the daughter has filed an appeal on behalf of her mother. If it helps you at all, had the application been filed timely, Ms. Moore would have qualified.
Motion to grant the exemption by Borgeson, second by Morgan. Discussion on the item. We also want to make sure, I think,
Daviess County Clerk Crystal Noah was the individual, the homeowner's daughter who was on Zoom.
Crystal, if you would like to speak, now would be the time. If you're there.
And Crystal, you may need to unmute if you're trying.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. It's just all my mistake. I filled it out wrong and mailed it. I realized the next year how I had filled it out wrong, and I did send in all those copies. Somebody said they received them and saw them. Yeah, basically it's my mistake. I do not have those copies anymore. I must have sent the original copy and the copy. That's my mistake too. I don't know. But it's not my fault. I mean, my mother's fault. It's all my fault. I don't know what I did wrong. But That's all I have to say, really. It's my mistake, not hers.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. We will take more discussion on the item. I think we had somebody from the audience that wanted to comment.
Excuse me, could you change your volume on that? It's hard to understand you. Getting a big echo.
Yeah. Is that your only comment, Larry?
It's difficult to understand you.
Larry Stover, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. You know, I consider this an item of lawfare. I mean, my God, do you not understand that a lady that's lived there for so many years and had tax benefits for so many years should not have to reapply every year? You've got her on the record. It's like voting records. She's on the record as qualifying for the exemption. Why would a citizen that's had it for so many years have to make an application to you every year? His office should have everything on the record and say, well, if we receive a death notice or if it's in the daily record, she automatically qualifies. Save the county some money. Save me some money. Stop this selective, maybe wiping people off of the exemption rolls for personal exemption. I've paid property taxes since 1971. For God's sakes, I deserve the exemption. I'm 81. I shouldn't have to prove it every damn year, and I shouldn't have to spend an ungodly amount of money on medicines and medical procedures in order to qualify. You need to change the rule, the law, whatever it takes, and reduce the budget for not having to do this. Thank you.
Any other comments on the item? We do have a motion to approve the exemption with a second. It can, yeah,
Okay.
plus adjournment.
Okay. Please vote. Motion passes 7-0. And Crystal, this is Dan Ash, County Clerk. I'll follow up after this meeting's over.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and go into the Douglas County Noxious Weed Control Authority. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Borgeson? Commissioner Kavanaugh? Commissioner Fahey? Commissioner Friend? Commissioner Morgan? Commissioner Rogers? Mr. Chair.
Here. First item of business is the approval of the minutes of the Noxious Weed Control Authority meeting held on Tuesday, January 23rd, 2024. Do I have a motion and second? Motion by Borgeson, second by Rogers. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next, we have a resolution authorizing the county weed superintendent to sign and serve notices on behalf of the Douglas County Noxious Weed Control Authority. Do we have a motion and second? Motion by Bergson, second by Rogers. Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0. Commissioner Kavanaugh was absent.
Thank you. Item 3 is a resolution placing special assessments on property in Douglas County. What is the will of the board? Motions are approved by Borgeson, second by Rogers. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. And the last item is a presentation and approval of the Douglas County Noxious Weed Control Authority's 24-25 annual reports for the Nebraska Department of Agriculture. With that, I will pass it to Mr. Mike Reed.
Thank you, Chair Garcia, and good morning, board members and and those joining the meeting today, both here and online. My name is Mike Reed. I'm the Noxious Weed Control Superintendent, and I'm here to talk about the 2024-2025 weed control reports that are submitted to the Nebraska Department of Agriculture. So last year was, as you guys know, the year of storms here in Douglas County. So I saw that Todd Fitzer, county engineer, was on the call. One of the things I want to recognize was the county engineer's involvement in cooperation with my office to get properties cleaned up. So Mr. Fitzer and his staff, the county highway department had set up a location drop-off in Waterloo, Nebraska, where it was really seamless, where typically we have properties that aren't managed for a month. Those properties get excess growth of 6 feet, 8, 10 feet tall. And this year we had the trees literally on top of all of that. So the engineer really assisted us with providing drop-off locations for all of that material this year. And in addition to us cleaning up properties, we also were cleaning up those tree items. So I want to recognize the county engineer. Something that's not intuitive to people that may be here is the county engineer also assists with, and county highway assists with keeping our roadside safe. So that means mowing the right-of-ways. So when I receive phone calls from the public that there's an issue, a line of sight issue on a roadside adjacent to a subdivision, adjacent to a neighborhood, the county engineer, the county highway department, and those dispatchers and those staff clean that up in a matter of, just overnight and days. So I want to thank them. They're always really efficient. I think that's been a hallmark since I've been part of the county, is addressing needs as they come up in a timely fashion with the partnership with the highway department. The second thing I want to talk about is my annual weed control plan. There was a question on that weed control plan from the Nebraska Department of Agriculture. Is your office adequately funded? And so that's a very good question. And how I answered that question for the board and for those here present today is my operations every year are fully supported by the county board by my boss, Kent Holm, who's the Director of Environmental Services. Last year, as many folks know, there was a statewide budget discussion about, reducing taxation on the state level. One of the things that was up on the line for discussion on removing was the state's riparian grant program, which has been in place since 2007, pretty much as long as I've been around. So the riparian grant program is funds that can be used all over the state to address invasive species on our waters of the state. It happened, the legislation came about in 2007 because the state could not fulfill its water rights requirement to send water to Kansas, and so there was a lawsuit that was reduced to a very minimal amount because Nebraska had implemented a riparian management program across the state. And since that time, it started out at $2 million. Last year it was $706,000. And the county board has continually supported this statewide legislation, which benefits Nebraskans all over the state. Not only the water's good for agriculture, it's good for tourism, and it protects our endangered species across the state. The question is for senators and for folks on the eastern end of the state, why should anybody from Nebraska or, what should anybody from Omaha or Lincoln care about protecting our waters of the state? 3/4 of all of Omaha and Lincoln's water comes from the Platte River system. So I think we can all agree that we want to protect that resource. Those invasive species, those plants, those trees, on those sandbars not only change the river, but those plants use water, and over time they change our river systems. So it's important to keep this legislation in there. I have sent this year LB 145 is in the Nebraska legislature, so I've sent that to the board's attention, and I would encourage anyone here to take a look at LB 145 because it benefits all Nebraskans. This afternoon I'll be going down to the Nebraska legislature to testify in favor of LB 145, as I'm the current task force chair for the Riparian Vegetation Management Task Force. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And A motion to approve and adjourn by Borgeson. Is there a second? Second by Rogers. Was there any discussion before the votes? If not, we'll go ahead and vote. All right, Superintendent
Motion
Reed.
passes 7-0.
We thank you for all your work. Appreciate it. Yep. Talk soon. At this point, we can motion to go back into Board of Commissioners.
Second.
Moved by Rogers, second by Morgan. We'll vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Very good. Mr. Clerk, do we need a new roll call? Or are we good?
To be honest, I don't know if it's necessary, but I always do it anyway. So, yeah. Commissioner Morganson, Commissioner Kavanaugh, Commissioner Fahey, Commissioner Friend, Commissioner Morgan, Commissioner Rogers, Mr. Chair.
Here. First item of business is item 1A and B. A being the approval of the minutes of the Board of Commissioners meeting held Tuesday, January 14th, 2025. B, the approval of claims submitted for payment process through Tuesday, January 28th, 2025. Do I have a motion second? Second. Motion by Rogers, second by Morgan. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next, we have our consent agenda, items A through M. Do I have a motion and second for discussion? There's been a request to remove K1 separately, so we'll go ahead and do that and approve the remaining items. Is there a second for that motion? Second by Borgeson. Discussion on all items minus K1 from anyone. Otherwise, we can vote. Yes.
Dan Esch, Douglas.
Oh, yeah.
Douglas County. That's okay. Douglas County Clerk, just wanted to make note of two changes on item J. In the final paragraph of the resolution, it just references the original references the board president and vice president, and also has the word attachments. We're changing that to chair and vice chair, also including the director of finance, and then changing the word attachments to documents. So just some small changes on that one I wanted to point out. And then on all of item K, there's a reference to the Board of Health meeting being on January 15th, 2024, and it was 2025. And then the resolutions were all dated as of the 28th day of February 2025, and those need to be changed to January 2025. And I think corrected resolutions were submitted to all of you just on the website. They would still have the previous version, so I just wanted to note that for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Also, Commissioner Kavanaugh, you have a comment?
Just for the record, on that item J, it's a $450,000 settlement for a very serious car accident, just for the record, as I've been informed by the county attorney. And I have one question on item 12, J12. We apparently are leasing some space at the Yates Illuminates on 3260 Davenport Street between, it looks like now through December 31st, 2028, for $50,000. And it indicates that that's grant funded, but also budgeted. And I'm a little confused on, is it grant funded or is it coming out of our budget? And I don't know if anybody can offer any clarification on that. And what are we securing space for? I think I know, but I couldn't get clarification from the document.
It's both, because the grant money came in enough time to be included in the budget. So it's granted and budgeted.
Okay. Do we know the source of the grant?
I don't know offhand. I'm assuming it may be from a CDC. No, well, it's a CDC grant, or it's a CDC grant that came early with COVID that they're still using, or it's a CDC grant to advance workforce and public health structure is one of those two.
So we'll be providing some services at that venue.
I'm assuming so.
Okay. Just one other minor question. We have a couple of items on here, 5, 6, and 7, the same subcategory of K, which show authorization of $0.00 grant funded and budgeted again. I don't know precisely what that means, but if somebody could clarify, I mean, does that mean that we're authorizing future payments, or we have made authorization for payments in the past?
It's not authorizing future payments, but I think it's an agreement with them where it's no money exchanged. But I know it's not. I don't think it has nothing to authorize future payments. But the memorandums of agreement has been a regular. I don't know what the grant zero budgeted means exactly.
Okay.
But there's no future commitment, from my understanding.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on consent agenda?
Tracy York.
Yes.
Sorry, Tracy York, County Attorney's Office. I apologize, I have laryngitis. The correction on J is as the clerk stated. If I could, I just wanted to also note that the date at the end should be January 28th, 2025, rather than the 14th. Thank you.
We'll make note of that. Anything else on consent agenda? Otherwise, we can go ahead and vote.
Commissioners, I know Commissioner Rogers made the motion to include less K1, but who made the second? I didn't catch that.
Morgan?
Okay, thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. That leaves K1. K is agreement with Charles Drew regarding procuring program and administrative services in connection with the special supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children through September 30th, 2025. Do I have a motion and second for this one? Moved by Borgeson.
Second.
Second by Friend. So K1 specifically, any comments on that? Okay. Abstention by Commissioner Rogers is noted. Due to board membership, we'll go ahead and vote.
Motion passes. Commissioner Rogers abstaining, all other commissioners voting yes.
Thank you. Before we jump into our two presentations today, were the individuals from the Ponderosa Bar, Pondo LLC here by chance? Those are usually pretty quick, so let's do that one before we jump in our two presentations, and then we'll do presentations. So we're going to go to section 5, public hearing. I am going to open the public hearing for Class C license for Pondo LLC, DBA Ponderosa Bar, 12203 North 225th Street in Valley, Nebraska, 68064, and manager application for Charles Olson. Comments?
My name is Matt Dunning here on behalf of Pondo LLC. My address, office address 17838 Burke Street, Omaha, Nebraska 68118. Just available to answer any questions the commission may have.
Thank you for being here. Any comments or questions from commissioners or the public on this matter? If not, I will close the public hearing. What is the will of the board? Motion to approve by Borgeson, second by Morgan. Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0. Commissioner Rogers is absent at the moment.
Thank you. All right, thanks for being here. We're going to jump to presentation, section 4. We have 2 today. The first one, item A, is a presentation by the Omaha Public Library Executive Director regarding recent organizational changes and community programs.
That'll advance it. Just, okay. Good morning. Thank you for having us here. My name's Laura Marlane. I'm the Executive Director of the Omaha Public Library, and Vice President of our board, Dewan Reddick, is here with me. We've had a busy couple of years, and let's see. Sorry, it's not very long. It's just I need like 20-point type to be able to read it. We've had a tremendous amount of growth in the library. Is that better? Okay. We've had a tremendous amount of growth over the past couple of years to our library system as part of the Central Library Project, which I'm sure you're all aware of, as it's sitting beautifully on 72nd and Dodge. And I'm here to just show you some of the things we've been able to do with our increased capacity and resources. So I just want to give you some highlights and review some of the data. And all of our programs are based on the data that we gather from our patrons and the community to see what needs and wants that we can meet in our community. And this is an image of our new downtown branch. Douglas County is a community of readers, and that was really obvious to me when I moved here almost 10 years ago now. And it's wonderful to be the library director of a community like this, where the library is such a significant part of people's lives. Let's see. Wait a second. Oh, this jumped around a little. Okay, there we go. So as part of the changes that we've implemented, we've centralized programming and created a design team. And this past year has been the first year that we've rolled out programs created by the design team that the staff at our branches then implements. And I have given you all a copy of the report from our design team, and it really shows you the amount of work that they've put in and the response that it's gotten. And as we grow, we've wanted to make sure to keep the programs that our patrons love, like Reading to a Dog and our story times. And one of the things that I really love about our story times is that we've really tried to make sure that there's story time available for anybody in our community. So we've added programs on nights and weekends to be able to accommodate people with different work schedules so that they can all bring their kids to the library and share that with them. And Zoo Pass Day, we have another Zoo Pass Day coming up in February. And this is just an example of the popularity. I think you can see the line of people waiting for the branch to open. It's been amazing working with the zoo on this. And what started as just a partnership with the zoo has grown to cover a lot of the amazing programs in the area. So we have passes to the Durham Museum, Fontenelle Forest, Heartland Bike Share, the Luminarium, Lauritsen Gardens, the Children's Museum, the Omaha Jitterbugs, the Rose Theater, and the Strategic Air Command and Aerospace Museum. And with just a library card, you can go on our website and reserve a pass, and it's free. You don't even have to come into the branch to get the pass, aside from zoo passes, but we're working with the zoo on that.
And just show your phone when you go to the location, and it's free admission for you and your family to visit some of our beautiful area attractions. And this really helps make something available that lots of people in our community can't necessarily afford to attend. So that really meets a need that people really have appreciated, and we're really happy to work with our partners, and we're trying to expand the program. And part of the expansion is we're expanding programs out. Our gardening program has been hugely successful over the past 11 years, and as you can see, just last year, we circulated 92,000 seed packets. We're growing programming, no pun intended, around our seed libraries. Every branch has a seed library. And if there are seeds that you want, you can look them up in our catalog and request them and have them sent to your local branch. Another program that we've expanded since we've come back to in-person programming after the pandemic is our Book Bash. This year we're doing 2 hybrid events, so they'll be both online and in person. And it's a great opportunity to connect with other readers and learn about new titles. And it's okay. We print these booklets with lists of the titles. I'll show you our mobile library. It's available, loaded with the titles, and the bookworm comes to the events and sells copies of the books that we talk about. And there's been a waiting list for the program. It's been a tremendous event. Let's see. And Stories After Dark. This started at Benson Branch as a Halloween storytelling event in conjunction with Benson First Fridays. And we've expanded it this past year to include 2 other locations. And both events have been packed. And people like to read here, and they also like to share their stories. In addition to that, we're collaborating with the Nebraska Writers Collective to offer more programs to teens and adults, which is an area we've never really had the capacity to expand into before as much as we'd like. So last year we offered microfiction writing workshops and poetry workshops, and they were all incredibly well attended. Through the generosity of the Claire Hubbard Foundation, Cox Communications, and our own Omaha Public Library Foundation, we were able to purchase this pop-up mobile library that we've named Poppy. This has been an incredibly popular attraction. We've been bringing it to parades and different events all around town. It allows us to get into parts of the community that aren't necessarily served by a branch. And it's allowed us to really expand programming outward and give us the ability to participate in additional events like Christmas in the Village and Highlander Community Day. There's a form on our website, so if anybody, any community organization would like to request our little bookmobile to come to their event, they can do that, and our team will review it, and so the community has a chance to request Poppy at their event, and it'll be loaded with whatever books that are appropriate for the event. So a back-to-school event will have books for different grade levels. We're currently working on a partnership with Millard Public School. That would be a pilot program for us to expand out to all the school systems in Douglas County, where we will bring our summer reading program to them at an event at the school to encourage kids to read over the summer so that they don't lose that grade level reading. And it's so important to stay reading at grade level throughout the summer. And we are happy to help with that. This is a new program we've introduced. Silent reading clubs are really popular across the country, and there is one here. And their events are usually booked solid with waiting lists. So we've started our Out and About reading party. And the first Thursday of every month, we are at a different location where people just come together
and read whatever book they'd like to read, and they can stay and socialize after the event or not. This one's at the Jocelyn. We've had them at the Westroads Mall and the Community Engagement Center, and that's also been really popular. We're also expanding our genealogy and local history programs. This particular program was in partnership with Benson First Friday's Mammo Gallery, and it was all about helping people create art around their family history. And this is just one of those events that we've had at our interim location on 84th and Frederick Street. And we've been able to really focus on our genealogy and local history programs there, and our events around our collections are really fantastic. And there's one coming up Saturday about bootleggers and that important part they played in our history. All of our programs are listed on our website, on our events calendar, and you can register to attend from our website. Data plays an important part in everything we do. We count everything. The types of books that go out, our circulation is about 50-50 adult and children's materials as far as circulation. And so we look at trends and the community that we serve. And our population in July of 2023 has shown a 1% growth. And lately we've been looking at our numbers, comparing 2019, the before times, to last year's numbers. And we've seen we're slowly getting back to where we were. By the end of this year, we should be back to pre-pandemic numbers as far as circulation, attendance, and visits to our branches. And in comparison to 2019, we've seen a 3% increase in circulation, 50% decrease in computer desktop usage, which is to be expected as we rolled into the pandemic. More people got their own devices, so fewer people are using our computers in the buildings, and they're bringing in their own devices. And 22% decrease in on-site visits, but a 42% increase in virtual visits. Now, just comparing 23 and 24, we've had a lot of increases. 4% in circulation, 12% in desktop use, 18% in on-site visits, and 39% increase in virtual visits. And then our numbers continue to trend up. And I think that's due to our amazing staff, programs that meet the community needs, and the desire to be back in public. We did have a lot of digital converts when we closed to the public. Only thing that was available were our online collections, which were used heavily. After that, we've kind of gone back a little bit, but we've plateaued with digital usage. Still, we're an outlier as far as public libraries nationwide. Most public libraries have seen a decrease in the use of their print collections and an increase in digital use. Here, print is still out circulating digital. And people I talk to really prefer to have a book in their hands. We also find that all of our circulation, about 80% is what people find on the shelves, and only 20% is what people put on hold through our computer system. And that tells us that people really appreciate the browsing experience and being able to walk through the shelves and find something new on their own. So as we look at Central Library and what we want to do there, we don't want to lose that browsing experience for the community because that's very important to them. And this shows just our on-site visits. People are coming back in more and using the library more, And we do think that this number will be back up to 2019 numbers by the end of the year. And our virtual visits have already exceeded that. And it's been wonderful to see as we improve our website. We now have enough staff to do a full website audit and make sure that people are able to find the things they need, and we're making resources easily available for people. Outreach. Outreach has been really big, and Poppy's been a lot of that, and we've really targeted which programs we go to have the most impact in the community. And the fun part, planning for the future. This image was taken only about a week or so ago, and already the building has changed, and it's been really wonderful to watch. And this is what it will look like. And if you've been down Dodge lately, you can see that it's getting there. And this one I really like. The one on the upper corner is the rendering that HDR created, and this is a shot of that actual space. So it's not that far from the images that we've all seen, and we'll be able to see more really soon. Sorry, allergies. And the most important part, these are the people who make all these wonderful things happen. And I am really proud to be surrounded by these creative, dedicated, and talented people. So thank you for your support and your help. It's really allowed us the ability to give more to the community that we love and more of the things that they want to see. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for the presentation. We'll jump into some discussion, starting with Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Sure. Thanks for this, Ms. Marlene.
Yes.
And I got to say, I really appreciate the great work that the Omaha Public Library does. I'm a longtime user of the library. I look forward to the new library opening, and I have a couple of questions, and I'm glad to hear that you count everything, because I kind of get into that a little bit too. So, how many print volumes are there system-wide in the Omaha Public Library?
We have approximately 700,000 print volumes.
And I recently had an experience. I was ordering a book that I think came out in 1914. And I was surprised that they had it, but they had it at another library, and they brought it to the library near me. And it's impressive because in the past I've ordered kind of esoteric stuff, and it wasn't in the system, but they would go to another system and bring it from wherever, from around the country. And that really, I mean, to me speaks of a great library system where you can tap into other great library systems and really enhance your reach. How many people work for the library?
Approximately 250.
In the past, I've done work at the downtown library, the old, not the old one, but this one. Well, I did do work at the old one. And there were archives, city historical archives. And since the transfer from the downtown library and anticipating the opening of the new library, where have those archives gone?
The genealogy and local history room on 84th and Frederick. So the old Shopco building on 84th Street, all of our archives are there.
Is that where you're headquartered?
Yes, administration, all of the back of house services, so our collection development team, our collection processing team, marketing, all of those offices have moved into that building. It was renovated at the same time that the downtown branch, that building was renovated. And being there has given us the opportunity of making that genealogy room available to the public. And it's all we do there. So researchers can come, grab a table, spend the day, and get their work done. We haven't been able to make all of the collections readily available for people, but we page things as they need them. The building is enormous, and it's let us just put all of the collections together, which we didn't have the opportunity to do at Main Library. Things were in a closet on this floor or in a different space on another floor. And here we have it all laid out very easily. So if somebody needs something that's not in the genealogy room, we can get it to them quickly.
So all of the archives that we have up until the transfer are in this one location?
Yes.
And it's climate controlled, it's safe?
It's not the kind of archival climate control that that a historical society or like, but yes, there's an HVAC system. We maintain the materials very carefully. We care for our materials carefully.
But it's open to the public?
Yes.
Commissioner, your mic turned off. I don't know why.
I don't know.
There we go.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, it's open 7 days, actually.
And that's time. Do you want another round?
If no one else is
Okay,
on.
go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. This genealogy session that you mentioned is in conjunction with Benson First Friday?
Yes.
Where I office right across from the library there. That's on Saturday, though, the genealogy session?
That was just an example of one program that we've done around those collections. We do a lot of different programs. We also do a lot of virtual programs.
I'm specifically interested in the genealogy program. So this program in Benson is this Friday, this first Friday?
No, the one I referenced, Remnants of the Past, was a partnership we had with Mamo from Benson. That's their
I see.
gallery. And they had a tractor trailer that they parked in our parking lot, and we had programs in the genealogy room and in the trailer, and it was all about creating artwork around your family story.
Okay, that's not an ongoing.
No, it was a thing that we did with Mamo and Benson First Friday. That we did that, I think it was last August.
Okay.
But
Would
we
that
are
be-
doing more programs.
Sure. Something that you'd anticipate making a regular program on
Yes.
a regular basis, from library to library? Or always in Benson?
No, it was in conjunction with Benson First Friday's Mamo Gallery, but it was at the genealogy room.
Okay, I'll follow up with you on that.
Okay.
Along these lines, I know there's significant archives at the Douglas County Historical Society in Fort Omaha. Do you coordinate with them on archival holdings at all?
I know our team is aware of what they have because our genealogy and local history librarians focus on those materials. It's a very different kind of research from just regular looking up like World Book articles or things like that. It's very specific. And so they're very versed in the resources that are available, not just in our location, but with other local historical societies. So they can refer people when they need something that we may not have.
Okay. That may be something I'd like to follow up with you on. I mean, the financial support that we give the Omaha Public Library is based on a mill levy that we actually have dedicated to library finance. And we also provide support to the Douglas County Historical Society. And as you know, all great libraries tend to serve, among other things, as archival memory banks for the community that they're in or for the world. And a lot of serious academic research is often done in those archives.
Mm-hmm.
And, if you were doing a history of Omaha, you'd certainly want to access the Omaha Public Library's archive, but you'd also want to access the Douglas County Historical Societies. And I'm looking at possibly making that more an integrated thing, like you do with the book collaboration with distant libraries. You might be looking at doing a collaboration with local museums. There's new museums. I know of one in South Omaha that's dedicated to local history of South Omaha. And it would seem to me that that would be somewhere in your mission.
Oh, definitely. The whole point is about community and making sure people can find the things that they need. So these kinds of collaborations with other historical societies would just help us do that even more.
I appreciate it, and I appreciate what you do, and I have nothing but praise for your staff. They are always friendly and helpful, no matter what library I go to, and that's a credit to you and to the organization. Thank you. When does the new library open?
Early 2026.
Thank you.
We're
We'll go
looking forward to
oh, sorry. We'll go to Commissioner Fahey.
Thank you very much, Dr. Marlene. I appreciate you coming in and taking the time on the presentation. I also want to thank your excellent staff. My family and I are in one of the branches about twice a week, either our local A.V. Sorensen branch or the downtown branch. I think we have about 50 books checked out between the four of us at any given time, and there's always a very fun scavenger hunt I get to do through our house, where I look through every nook and cranny where my children have stashed their books. Also had Commissioner Kavanaugh asked me when the library new main branch was opening. I could have told him because my 4-year-old asks me about once a week, despite being the only illiterate member of our household. She is eagerly anticipating it. We took my wife especially always takes great advantage of the seed library every year, and that fills our garden. And I also have to plug, and forgive me if I missed it in your presentation, but the Book Drop podcast, which I listen to every week and enjoy very much, and it would be worth any member of the community's time to listen to for what's going on at the library or just the great next book to check out. So I'm sort of at a loss to better estimate all the ways the Omaha Public Library enriches my life and the life of my family. I think the only thing I would ask going forward is, and please forgive me because I don't want this is not a criticism, I'm excited for this next chapter for the Omaha Public Library, which is going to be, I have no doubt, wonderful as we open the new central branch, but it's also my great hope that the opening of this branch marks the end of Omaha's history of diffusing centralized services out of the downtown area. And that's, again, not to cast aspersions on the library because this is a net positive for all of us. But my hope would be to see the Omaha Public Library continue to invest in its downtown branch to the fullest it can, because even though I'm always going to be excited and joyful to go into the new branch, I'll be a little wistful every time I go by it to think of what it might have looked like overlooking the new Gene Leahy Mall or somewhere else in our beautiful downtown, because great cities, great counties have strong and thriving downtowns, and every time we take a centralized service out of downtown, we put an additional strain on an overtaxed, underfunded public transit system to transport the people there that we are most obligated to serve. And again, this is not the library's fault, but it does mean that I would like the early 2026 as we're walking through those doors to also acknowledge that it should be sort of the closing of that chapter and the start of us turning our attention to keeping these services downtown and growing our downtown as much as possible. So again, that has nothing to do with the library. I'm very grateful for everything you guys are doing, and I thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to follow up on the statement Commissioner Kavanaugh made about the archives. Actually, I got a meeting with the director of the Historical Society Friday, and your staff kind of put that on my radar. So that's one of the things I hope to talk to them about, is the archival piece and how the possibilities of making that work. So I just want to follow up on that point. I'm just curious, so with the GROW program, the SEED program, do you all partner with Extension?
I'm sorry.
Do you all partner with Cooperative Extension, Douglas County's Cooperative Extension?
Yes.
Okay.
We had in the past, we had done programs with them, and we're just starting to do some programs around the seed library again, given its popularity. I mean, 92,000 seed packets last year. It just blew us away.
Okay.
And yes, there is a seed library in every location. So we collaborate with master gardeners to help with these programs so people can learn how to grow the seeds. And all the seeds are native to Nebraska, so they're all things that will grow here. And a lot of people who check out seeds also harvest seeds at the end of the season to bring back to us, so replenish the collection.
Okay. But I do have a question, not to be answered here, but if somebody in the branch can give me an answer. So for probably about the last 10 years, there's a Juneteenth flag raising celebration that's been happening at the Charles Washington branch.
Yes.
And my understanding is they're not able to have that there anymore. And so I'm wondering if somebody in your administration can give me an answer on that.
Well, we are working with Patsy. Patsy came to our last board meeting, and we're working with her. And we will have the program again at Washington this year, and we will help them find a location that can better host it. It's become so popular that we exceed the capacity in both our meeting rooms, and it spills out onto the sidewalk and into the street sometimes. So we can't really safely host that annually. We think it would be better suited to a location that can accommodate the size of the party and the celebration. So we are working with them on that.
You all are, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We'll go to Commissioner Borgerson.
Thank you. Thank you for being here with the presentation. This is awesome. How can we get some more of these?
I'll check at the branch. How many do you need?
I don't know. We can talk afterwards. I have
you
some
can-
ideas on how to use this, so, okay. But if there's others that are available, I would
Yes,
be
we
interested
print
in.
those. We've been printing them, I think, since 2017.
Really?
We do our own reading challenge every year, and the podcast does a program every month about that month's reading challenge and suggest titles that people can read to meet that challenge. It's just become a popular thing people do. There are all kinds of reading challenges online all over. So we've started printing those, and we actually had a launch party at the Benson branch for this, and it was January 3rd, so I thought, oh, it's really cold, and right after the holidays, and there were people waiting outside that night to get into the program. It was that popular.
Well, those who say or think that libraries have died or are dead, they're wrong. I live in the Millard area, and I can tell you that there are cars. That parking lot is full from beginning to open to end to close every day. I mean, it is absolutely amazing. When my husband and I drive by, we always go, oh my God, look at the cars. So they're not dead. There's still utilization going on in libraries. So thank you for your work, and thank you for yours and all of your staff as well.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions on this item? If not, thank you so much for being here today. Appreciate it.
Really quickly,
yeah.
Dwan Reddick, 2106 South 37th Street. As Vice President of the Board, also wanted to say thank you for your partnership. Our growth in our libraries could not happen without our partners. Douglas County is one of our very valuable partners. So as you mentioned, not only is it not dead, it's thriving, and we're one of the few libraries in the country that is continuing to highlight our archives, our genealogy, as well as the systems we're putting in. So thank you again for your partnership.
Appreciate it. Thank you. We're going to go into our second presentation today, item B, which is a presentation by nonprofit The Bridge on its progress and latest updates.
You can just click over when you need to.
Good morning, Chairman Garcia and Douglas County Commissioners. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share with you an update on the Bridge Family Resource Connector Network. And thank you for your investment in helping launch this prevention program. My name's Marion Fay. I'm the Executive Director of the Bridge, and you're going to hear in a moment from some of our staff and our families, but we do have some other Bridge staff and partners in the room, and if you could just let the commissioners know that you're here. Appreciate it. Thank you. The Bridge is a prevention system using three strategies. One is central navigation, which is walking hand in hand with families to find community resources. The second is community collaboration as a way to help the system work better for families. And the third is youth and family leadership, guidance by those that we serve. You're going to hear very brief examples of how these evidence-based and evidence-informed strategies work to serve youth and families in Douglas County. Our goal is to keep families out of system involvement. Success looks like some of the stories you'll hear this morning. We're going to start with central navigation and our director of central navigation, Nakia Gun Abdullah.
Good morning, Chairman Garcia and Douglas County Commissioners. I am the Director of Central Navigation with the Bridge Family Connector Network. I'd like to share with you the process of navigation and highlight an example of how the no wrong door approach works within navigation. When a referral is received, it is assigned to one of our 5 navigators. Depending on the age of the client, it will be assigned to either a family navigator or a young adult navigator. Our family navigators work with families that have children in the home that are under the age of 19, and our young adult navigators work with unconnected youth ages 14 to 26. The assigned navigator will reach out to the family, assess their needs, and provide access to resources that are specific to the young adults or family's request. Earlier this month, Navigation received an email from the Juvenile Assessment Center. The email informed us of a referral that was sent on behalf of a family with a 13-year-old child that was struggling with attendance issues due to not having adequate clothing. The mother of the young adult was Spanish speaking, so the referral was assigned to our bilingual navigator, who is here with us today. Mom was contacted, and through their conversation, the navigator learned the family's financial struggles were a contributing factor to the student's attendance issues. The navigator took the information and used it to connect the family to multiple agencies within the community that were able to provide concrete supports such as clothing, hygiene items, and other household toiletry and items to help that family. Additionally, the family was connected to a community agency that will be able to provide ongoing case management to the entire family. The navigator will follow up with the family within 30 to 90 days to see their progress. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The second strategy is our community collaborative, which asks what we do better when we work together. We answer this question through a variety of opportunities to partner with organizations in the community. 2 weeks ago, we saw the collaborative in action when 100 partners gathered in person and online to respond to a call for resources to support our immigrant population. Last week, our collaborative met and identified gaps in the response to chronic absenteeism and then planned some coordinated next steps. These are just examples of how collaboratively we can respond to needs. Our collaborative has been described by one partner as the place where all the stakeholders come together to remove barriers. Another partner told me she left the meeting last week encouraged by the rich discussion and the action steps. The third strategy we employ is youth and family leadership. Today, I'm going to lift up just one program in that youth and family leadership, the Community Cafe series, which we held last fall. Community cafes are led by and for parents. They're neighborhood-based and rooted in the promotive and protective factors like parent resilience and social connectedness. Our cafe grew 6-fold throughout its 6 sessions. At the final cafe of the series, I witnessed the supportive community which had been built between the attendees. There were tears and hugs and genuine affection. As a prevention strategy, families who attended the cafe had strengthened their social safety net and grown their toolkit of resources. Our community cafe coordinator, Vicki Young, who's here today with us, is scheduling the next cafe series in South Omaha and in partnership with some South Omaha organizations. And now I'm going to turn the microphone over to our Senior Director of Programs, Philip Burrell.
Good morning, Commissioners. I have the privilege of going over some data to give you a snapshot of what bridge navigation has done over the last 15 months. I want to take your attention to the first bar, 139. That was taken over 6 months, where we worked with 139 families. We were very intentional to start off slow. We had 3 navigators and didn't want to overwhelm our capacity. But if you take a look at the next bar, we were almost able to match that in over 3 months with 117 families served. Now we skyrocket up in July through September when we acquired Project Everlast, and now we have 6 navigators able to serve families. The number also jumps up because there were some storms during that time, a lot of families reaching out for additional services. It levels out a little bit more October through December. I want you to keep in mind that when we're talking about the number of families that we're serving, the number of individuals is much higher. Our statistics show that our families average about 2.5 children per family, 1.3 adults. So I conservatively took that number, our number of referrals times 3, to give you a more accurate idea of how many individuals we are helping. So if you take a look at the chart, the number skyrockets, the number of individuals that we are actually helping. And these are individuals who are going along working, and then some unforeseen thing pops up, and it provides a hurdle that's in their way and stops them from accomplishing their goals. Without the Bridge Family Resource Connector Network, hundreds of families wouldn't have that connection to the network, have that guide that is right there by them, helping them to access all of the services that are in Douglas County. Lastly, we have a heat map. This gives you an illustration of what zip codes we are addressing and what zip codes do we have the most referrals for. We have the most referrals for the darkest colors. So you see 68111 and then 68104. I also like to bring to your attention 68107 in South Omaha. We received statistics from Douglas County 2022 that there was a significant amount of youth in DCYC from those 3 zip codes. We also see some data from 2023 from DHHS that there was nearly 1,000 calls to CPS for cases that were unsubstantiated. But those were still cases of families that could use some additional support. So those are key zip codes that we want to target. As you see from the dark colors, 68104 and 68111 are zip codes that we are getting a lot of referrals from, but we need to do better in 68107. So what we are doing is we are recruiting a bilingual navigator. We're going to be working in South Omaha through the South Omaha Learning Center for another community cafe. We are going to be working with other organizations in South Omaha to have a bigger presence in that area and to establish more of a partnership. We are looking for a board member who represents that area of town as well to be a part of our board. And then we have an internal evaluation where we'll be taking a complete 360 view of our organization to recommend more things going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. got excited. The data, I want you to remember that there are real people behind the data. So able to help you put a face with the data, we have Korea Lay, who will come up and tell you her story, tell you about what brought her to the bridge and some of her experiences working with a bridge navigator. Korea?
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Korea Lay, as he stated before. I came to the Bridge organization through calling 211. I was then connected with Miss Tamina. She's not here today. She had a meeting, but the experience that I had with her was great. She did not make me feel like I was inadequate. She didn't make me feel like I was begging. She didn't make me feel like I wasn't a person. All of our conversation was through email and through phone, but just having conversation with her and her getting to know me, she actually got to know me and my family and asked questions about my everything so she can kind of get a better understanding of who I was and who my children were and what led us to need the help. Um, to give you a little bit of background of myself, I am a college graduate. I graduated from College of St. Mary in 2015 with a bachelor's in science and a minor in psych. I currently work for the Department of Health and Human Services in Child Protective Services. I make fairly decent money, but as this inflation has happened, my what used to my ends that would meet have not been meeting. And this hasn't been just 1 month or this month, but it just, when I did have to contact 211, it just, I was going to lose my home. And I work with Holy Name. I am part of their home ownership program. I am almost 10 years in working with their program. And that's because in about 4 years, I will be able to purchase my home. And I love my community. I love where I live. My zip code is 68110, kind of like the Florence area. So I don't want to move out of my home, which is why I'm staying there and I want to purchase. So that's why I'm usually their program, 5 or 6 years, usually what you go through to become a homeowner. But I don't want to move out of my home. So I've been staying with the program so I can purchase my home. So I have navigated and used a lot of different programs to help my family get through as a single mother. I do co-parent with my children's father, who recently passed away last month. He was a good provider and he helped a lot. And not having a 2-person income or someone to help you stay stable is very hard. So when I was able to connect with the Bridge program, at the time, they had funds as I started working with Ms. Tamino. After about a week or so working with her, the funding kind of ran out, which a lot of programs in Douglas County have been facing. So she was like, I can try to find you someone else, but right now it's kind of hard. I'll still work with you. She stayed in communication with me throughout the entire time. She stayed in communication with Holy Name for me to assure them that, you know, Korea, I'm working with her. We're trying to find her something. Please, you know, let her and her family stay in her home. I would still continue to pay my rent, but would only put like an extra $50 or $60 toward it to kind of show good faith that I'm trying to make up for my past balance. I'm just trying to find a resource that can kind of help me get over that hump to pay that last lump sum. When Ms. Tamina finally came to me and was like, okay, we have some funding. It's not as much as I said it was going to be. It was only going to be, it went from like $750 help to more like they could help me with like $500. And I was like, any little bit that you can give to help was a godsend to me. I just want the commissioners to understand, like, the people that get this help aren't always the people who are sitting at home that get assistance. I work 9 to 5. I sometimes try to find a second job, but it's kind of hard to find a second job when you have to pay for childcare, and childcare is upwards of $900 to $1,200 a month for a 3-year-old, which I have a huge age gap. Once my son is 16, my daughter is 3. So working class citizens here in Douglas County right now are struggling. And the Bridge program helps people like myself not become what we call, if you don't know anything about Child Protective Services, master case numbers. Each case that we receive gets a master case number. And in my head, when I thought I was facing eviction and everything, I just did not want to become a master case number up on the board because my children are being taken away from me because I don't have adequate housing. And right now, the housing market is, you can barely get a decent home for less than $1,300 a month. I do not pay that. I don't pay that. Because of the Holy Name Housing Program, which I'm so happy that they're expanding so much throughout the community right now, I only pay $750. But even only paying $750, when I make too much money to qualify for any type of other help. I can't get child care subsidy because they said because I'm $312 over budget, I can afford to pay $900 a month. I am very good with math, and that math just does not add up, and which is the reason why I need the bridge program. So again, they help families like myself not become that statistic and end up on the board and end up across the street in juvenile court. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So we're happy to answer any questions. Philip, Nakia, myself, Korea.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you again. We'll jump into some discussion. I believe Commissioner Kavanaugh has a light on.
Thank you, and thanks for this presentation. Marion, you and I know each other, and we've talked about this program, I think, since its inception. I'm glad to hear the progress has been made and that people are being reached. Ma'am, I did not get your name. I'm sorry.
Korea, like the country.
It's really important for us to hear from people who are, right there getting the help that we hope that we can provide. And I want to say, you're kind of a real hero doing what you're doing. I know it's a struggle, but being a mom, a working mom, and taking care of a child and at the same time doing a 9-to-5 job, my hat's off to you. And so thanks for sharing. And I'm glad you're getting some of the help. We wish we could do more, and maybe we can. But this is the best advertisement for the program like this as far as I'm concerned. It's like real people getting real help on real things like rent and childcare and stuff like that. But you're a real hero for doing it. It's not easy, and I know that. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Borgerson?
Thank you. I too want to thank you for coming. I know putting yourself out there isn't easy, but it does help us to put the human side of things into all of our talk about policy and stuff. So thank you for being willing to do that for us today. This might be a question for you, Marion. She brought up a good point about the dollars that are expended for the people that we're serving through the bridge. So can you provide us the slides via email so I can blow them up? They're like really tiny.
Yes.
But with the number, is there a way you can provide us with budget information and the dollars? Like, it's obviously, well, I shouldn't say obviously, it's not a set number of dollars per person or per family, right? It's based on the need, or how is this working?
We do have a set number of dollars per family. It's $500 per year per family. Or if they're coming through as a unconnected youth, it'd be that individual. And those funds come from another funding source. Those are not Douglas County funds that go to that, and they go pretty fast. So,
So the family, doesn't matter if there's one child or 5 children, is it the same?
It's really based on what the family needs and what other community resources are available. So if they're the typical uses or the typical requests are going to be for utilities and housing assistance, and then the third one would be transportation. So with $500 being the maximum amount, so that we can get it spread out over as many families as possible, that's not going to pay anybody's rent. But that is going to help in like the situation that Korea described where she had gotten behind, or if we can leverage other community funds, we can contribute $500. If one of the other community funds can contribute $500, that's one of the beauties of the collaborative and of being part of this countywide network, is that we can leverage other funds and then we can get to that $1,200 as probably a typical rent.
And the, as you were talking, a question was popping in. Now I kind of went. Oh, shoot. Slides, but, I'll think of it. It'll come back. But I also want to provide our sympathies for the loss of your children's father. That, again, we're all one step away from needing assistance, whether people want to realize it or not. We are. And something like that does put a huge and does impact hugely on the family. So again, I just appreciate you coming and putting yourself out there to us, and thank you. And if you could get me that budget information and how that all works, that would
Absolutely.
be, okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go to Commissioner Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And folks, yeah, Marion, good information, and thank you for the input. I would only follow up with Commissioner Borgeson raised a really good point, I think, and one of the reasons I think she did is because I've been, in one way, shape, or form, I've been seeing efforts like this over the last 20 years because I've been on and off engaged in them. And I've seen some, a small portion of them, I've actually seen some success, which you could actually identify. Then, unfortunately, like everybody else, we've seen a lot of efforts and a lot of strategic and organizational drive that hasn't been so successful. I guess the thing is, a strategic organizational effort is valuable. The key is identifying that value, where we could actually turn around at the end of all of it, after all the money is spent, and say, let me give you a quick example. I can go down and I can track a bunch of crime statistics in Omaha. It's really easy. We can figure out how many youth are at DCYC. We can figure out how many youth or how many individuals are at our corrections facility, and that they allegedly committed this particular crime. They go to crime statistics. We can figure out then what type of assessment we can figure out how many beds we're gonna need in both of those facilities, and we can track for the future. We can also look at school absences and truancy and stuff like that. We can track statistics. We can figure out where some of that is gonna go based on history and what we think is gonna happen after those truancy numbers come in. Dropout rates, GED statistics, all of this stuff. Those are easy, those are quantifiable. We can grab them and go, yeah, these are the predictions going forward. The difficult part is when we actually get intervention and prevention services, and I've been squealing about this for 20 years. We start intervening and we start providing services, and we can't track the metrics. We don't see the success rates. We see failure rates with crime statistics. We see failure rates with GED statistics. We see dropout rates. We see truancy rates. The success stories need to be trumpeted. And that goes to, that's where the money, you go, you track it. You go, here's where the money went. And if we only help 25% of 100, for example, 100 youth that were serviced in that particular time, that 25% needs to be trumpeted. because you spent the money. There were success stories. We can prove it. The truancy rates went down. We can track it with the crime statistics, everything else. I'm not lecturing. What I'm trying to figure out is how to get my hands around it. I started this when I was 40 years old. I'm 63 now.
Geez, you're old.
I shouldn't have. All right. That means, what she just did means I'm rambling. I want to be able to government is good at a few things. One is distributing money. What I believe government's not so good at is implementation. We have a problem with that, in my opinion. Now, we can track those numbers, we can track the statistics, we can track the money going out, and we can actually get assessment numbers. I'm going to be a heck of a lot happier. It doesn't really matter if I'm happy or not. But I'm going to be a lot happier when that money goes out the door again, right? So, Marianne, I'm sure we'll talk about it further. I don't know if I wanted to vent or whatever. But thank you.
If I may, you're identifying that it's what I think I'm hearing is that it's really hard to track something that didn't happen. So if families are not going into the system, it's really hard to measure that.
Thank you.
We're working on it.
Very good. Commissioner Borgeson?
This isn't my question, I lost, but it brought up a couple more. I'd like to learn a little bit more about the community cafes and what they actually, the purpose and how they work. But Commissioner Friend brought up a good point, because I have squawked for a long time about, we seem to get off on only talking about failures, only talking about the small percentage, the 25 children who are big repeat offenders of our juvenile justice system. But we don't talk about those who have either not gone into the system and been successful, or those who did go into the system and didn't come back. I don't know why that is. I really don't. I've actually asked the question to media over the years, and they said that doesn't sell. Those stories don't sell. Well, we don't know if they do or not, because we don't flood our front page print, our 10 minutes of the news with good stories about what we are doing, who's doing it, and they are being successful. And so that's what we need to change. Because whether it's your program or the other programs that we fund, we need to know what is working and what is not working in order to fill those gaps. So I hope that we change the narrative here in terms of, you're not a failure case. You are a successful case going through the proper programs and services that are there to offer you to be able to still keep your home, and in the future, purchase your home, keep your family intact, keep them in school. That's success, and it's success because we are funding programs that help people to be successful. But you wouldn't know that. You wouldn't know that because everybody's plastering every bad thing some kid does on the internet. And I'm not saying we don't need to know about those things, whether they're in the system or not in the system, but we need to change that narrative, and I hope that we can start doing that, because again, you coming forward, to me, you're a success of a program that you utilized, that we funded, and that should be a celebration of what we're doing. So anyway, I'll get off my soapbox, but it gnaws me and it irritates me, and we just need to do better in that arena. So again, at some point I'll talk to you and learn a little bit more about the community cafes.
Any other comments or questions on this topic? Do you have? Good? Okay. Well, thank you for the presentation today.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you
it.
for the opportunity.
Yeah.
We'll flood your inbox with success stories. We have lots of staff here that would be happy to tell you more.
this on the presentation, Larry?
I'd like to comment on this. Larry Stover, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. I don't know much about your agency, ma'am, but thank you for all you do. But I want to tell you some of the problems with the system. I sat in here and listened to hours and hours. A lot of the problems that you're pointing out, I can tell you about personally. One of the biggest problems, Mary Ann, is the privacy laws, the HIPAA laws, that do not let people necessarily be a part of a family that they describe. If you're not the guardian, you do not get to say anything about a lot of things. You don't even get to sit in on the meetings. I have experienced that for a lot of years. That's the biggest problem right now in the system. The system down there in HHS will not listen unless you're the guardian. DD services will not listen unless you're the guardian. And all of these well-meaning agencies are not going to be able to navigate me anywhere if you don't listen. I'd like to make a presentation about my experiences since my grandson was in grade school and was told I can't be a part of that. I'm not a family member. What's the definition? Right now, the state, on their flow chart, they said age 26. The state is changing that as I speak. They will age out now. They're no longer young adults for service at age 25. Their flow chart is wrong. My grandson just passed 25 in May. Oh, he don't get all this stuff. He's no longer a young adult under your care down there to get mental health, illness, training, and retribution, justice, reformation, because the system doesn't listen. I tried to visit with a public defender about my grandson's case, and they didn't want to listen because I was not the guardian. He's been telling me he was a guardian. Well, that's not necessarily so, the way they've set it up. And I won't talk about all that today because it's in process. It's not pretty, but it's not working the way it's supposed to. You can forget the word juvenile justice or justice, whatever. It's not working because people don't listen. When a public defender, a public servant will not listen, it needs to be changed. And that's part of my next topic, if I get to speak. By the way, I would like to get on as a presentation about this topic and get as much time as they did. And on my next topic, when we come back to challenge you on the way the system runs with county government, we would also like that much time, not getting cut off at 4 minutes or 3 minutes. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions on the presentation? If not, thanks again, appreciate it. We'll go ahead and move on to our committee discussion action. Under section 6, item A, we have finance with budget report as presented. From there, we do have 2 items under community services, which is a reallocation of 24-25 visitor improvement funds pertaining to Lawrence and Gardens and Tri-Fifth Initiative, which the board could approve together in block. Is there a motion and second for discussion on that? In block? Together? Okay. Yeah, for sure.
We, on occasion, have had these before where we reallocate funds from the Visitors Improvement Fund from one grant period to another or from one purpose to another for reasons stated. And you have in your packet some background material on these. The Lawrence and Garden folks, and I will defer to Catherine Hall on more detail, are asking for a reallocation of $115,000 that we had allocated on June 25th of 2024 because of a program change. They've gone from a program that was titled Applied Imaginations, Wonders of the World, to a program that's entitled Nature Connects. You see the background information. My understanding is there was some difficulty in securing the original program in the time frame, and so they have a subsequent program that is equally meritorious, and you'll see the outline there. The idea of the Visitors Improvement Fund is to attract people to our community, is financed by heads in beds through a hotel tax, and I can tell you from my family and my friends, they do a great job. People come from all over, and when people come to visit us, we often take them to Lorenzen Gardens. This one is a Legos project, and I'm still stumbling around our house stepping on Legos from years ago. They're like a minefield, and you never get rid of them. But this is a very interesting project, and I've seen these. I've seen these around the world where they do a building or, in this case, some nature settings that are incredible works of art, really. I've seen them done at the state capitol in Lincoln. I was recently in Dublin, and they did one of a castle that serves as the National Library in Dublin. They're magnificent. So that's what they're asking for on that one. The Tri-Faith Initiative, we are fortunate in this community to have this organization which brings together people from all faiths, but it's called Tri-Faith because of the Judaism, Christianity, and Islam faiths, but open to every faith. And in this particular time, we are almost unique in the United States, I think, of bringing these particular faiths together in light of the troubles that we're all aware of going on in the Mideast. They have had an annual walk of solidarity. I've participated in it, and I'm sure others have as well. In this case, they're actually weren't able to do it in the time frame again, I believe, for good reasons. They were going through some administrative changes which have resulted in a new executive director. And I've reached out to them personally and had conversations with them. They're up and running and in good shape again. And they want to kind of expand on the idea to make it even more of an offering. The United We Walk was a kind of a once-a-year thing, and they're trying to do it through an interactive digital guided walk, which would be on the same campus, but available year-round, and would be a combination, kind of a hybrid of digital information that they would install using this grant and actual people from the Tri-Faith organization that would be available to give you tours of the facilities or fill you in on the information or invite you to become part of that inclusive community, which, I can't say enough about what Tri-Faith does to bring a real sense of community to our faith-based community, which is lacking around the world, but I think that they do work in Omaha that is vitally important to our peaceful community supporting each other. Catherine, I don't know if you'd have anything to add to that, but I'd ask you to give a little background on that if you did.
Catherine Hall, County Administration. Just one detail regarding Lauritsen Gardens. Their original exhibition, Applied Imaginations, Wonders of the World, was actually the exhibits were consumed in a fire, and the notice was just given to them. I think they had to pivot pretty short term to come up with a new exhibition, which is the Nature Connects exhibit. And Mr. Anderson has made time to speak to Lauritsen Gardens if there are any questions. He's attending via Zoom, and Ms. Maydew is available as well on Zoom for any commissioner questions regarding the Tri-Faith Initiative.
Thank you. We'll go to Commissioner Fahey I do want to note that the second came from Rogers, I believe, for that motion.
Thank you, Chairman Garcia. I'd ask to consider these separately as I need to abstain from one of them.
Okay. We can amend and just do them one at a time if the board's okay with that. Larry, you have a comment?
Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. I believe this properly belongs under community services, but I am submitting something for the record today. This is about serving the public, the citizens who you actually work for. Mr. Robert J. Borer has standing. He ran for office twice.
Larry, we're talking about the Visitor
Just a
Improvement
minute.
Fund.
I can't hear you because of this. You haven't fixed the system.
Yeah, Visitor Improvement Fund.
Is he not a committee member talking
is
about community
the
services?
topic. Yeah, but
What item
specifically
are
the
you on,
agenda
sir?
item. Community Services, item 1 and 2, which is the Visitor Improvement Fund.
I don't see it on the paper agenda. Are you not committee service reports right now?
Yes, but it's not.
Okay, this is the
about any
public
topic in
hearing
the
item
world.
according
It's
to your
about the Visitor
rules.
Improvement Fund.
I could speak during public agenda items.
About
This
the
is a
Visitor
public
Improvement
hearing
Fund,
item.
correct.
I'm replying to Mr. Kavanaugh. Now, this is exactly what I'm giving you today, sir.
Okay, is it about the Visitor Improvement Fund?
Revolution has started. Listen,
All right.
you need to listen to the people that hired you. We pay the taxes. The Constitution
All right.
says
Could you
so.
mute the mic, please?
The Constitution says you're violating my rights. We want it reset. You're supposed to work for us, not the other way.
Trying to
around.
cover county business on the agenda.
I will not read that. I'm just telling you what's going to happen.
All right. Thank
We
you.
want the county back. The county is where the laws are made for us, not for you.
County doesn't make laws. Thank you.
You are violating my rights right here, sir.
All right, thank you. Any comments or
One and all of
questions
you need to complain about that.
on the topic at hand? Otherwise, we'll take them one at a time. The first one we'll take up is the Lawrenson Garden one. So D1, Lawrenson Gardens. We'll vote on that one first. Motion approved by Borgeson, second by Rogers.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. The second one we'll take up is the Tri-Faith Resolution, item 2. Motion by Borgeson, second by Rogers. And Commissioner Fahey, you were going to comment quick?
Abstain due to board membership.
Very good, thank you.
Motion passes. Commissioner Fahey abstaining, all other commissioners voting yes.
Thank you. Under Human Resources, we had the weekly personnel report from Civil Service as presented. We do have a need for executive session for the purposes of contract negotiations and legal advice. Do I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Motion by Morgan, second by Friend to go into executive session. Please vote. Executive session for legal advice and contract negotiation.
And Commissioner Rogers and Commissioner Friend. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. The board shall now go into executive session for the purpose of contract negotiation and legal advice.